Yo. Happy Monday. Morning, Patrick. What's going on, dude? Hey, yo, so, Patrick, I watched some of those videos on the links that you put in the Discord. You were asking about the process that person's using. And, yeah, I think you're not looking at any sort of particularly crazy process there. It's just that those people are just very experienced and are able to essentially just start painting with, very little preparation and I don't want to say lack of process, because they obviously have a process, but they are just very experienced and able to start in color and just start thinking about the lighting and the colors and stuff pretty much from the beginning. So I think that's why it's kind of hard to decipher in that sense. But I think you're just looking at some really experienced painters there. They are going like general to specific, like they are starting with big shapes and the kind of impression of the light. But they're starting in color and they're kind of jumping around quite a bit. But yeah, essentially it is just like highly skilled. Highly skilled sort of process, I guess, where, I mean, potentially they've got quite a bit of reference that they're pulling from. But yeah, to me, it does seem like they know exactly what they're doing from the get-go. Or at least experimenting within the picture, but able to do that quite quickly so that, it's kind of appears more like a linear process. But some interesting, cool stuff, honestly. Nice to watch. I was into it. And wishing you a good start to the week. Thanks, mate. Yeah, this week's going to be... Still happy to share some new artists. Yeah, exactly. This is very cool. It's very cool. I'll definitely be checking out some more of their stuff. So this week, last week of this current schedule, be a new stream schedule following from this. It's going to be a little bit less, not less organized, but the dates are going to kind of jump around a little bit. I'll have to be streaming around work, and maybe even there'd be like a weekend stream here and there as well. But most likely the streams will continue, like a couple of evenings a week. And like I said, maybe the odd long stream on a weekend, stuff like that. But it won't be the same time slot, or necessarily the same time slot every week. But we'll see. I'll try and get some kind of order to it. So yeah, this is the last week of like the daytime streams, and this week obviously I put in the Discord it also be irregular, so it's going to be Monday, Thursday, Friday this week. Tomorrow I've got a goddamn speeding ticket virtual online drive safety course to do, and then on Wednesday I've got the dentist. So brilliant. All right, so let's get over to Photoshop. Enough of me babbling. Let's babble over here. Back on the warm-ups, and then we're going to jump into a brand new environment. There's an environment that I wanted to do for this last week, so we will get into that. I'll talk about that in a bit. But yeah, first off, let's do a Damascus dagger. Damascus steel being this kind of steel that has this really amazing pattern in it from being like folded over so many times, I believe. There's videos on YouTube of people making like Damascus steel from like bike chains and all sorts of stuff to get like varied patterns. It's pretty nice, kind of quite ASMR-y to watch. But yeah, they'll put like, you know, like a bike chains and ball bearings and all sorts of stuff on these YouTube videos to try and you know, get a more interesting pattern. It's kind of cool. I know if that makes it. I don't know anything else about Damascus, so don't ask me. Hey yo, deep frills almost looks like wood. Yeah, it does. It does. And Zero, what's going on? How are you? How are you? How are you? Oh yeah, that reminds me. Friday, this week, I will do another critique stream. So same deal as before. First come, first serve kind of basis. But basically, if you drop an image that you are currently working on, that you need help with, or you want a paint over for, if you drop that in the Discord, on Friday I will get all of those together and we'll do another stream of paint over critiques for everyone. And that should be a good stream. I really enjoyed the last one. I think it was well received. So if you have an update on the picture that you were working on in the last time, brilliant. If you've got something new, brilliant. If you didn't put one in last time and you want to put one in, do that. And yeah, we'll get to them. Just dropped your knife lady from last week on the Discord. Booyah. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I'll collect all of those. I think I will obviously try and get to all of them, and obviously the order in which they're posted will be the kind of order that I'll take them in. I think last time we did 8, and that basically took the entire time, so it's probably a good measure. I do go into a lot of detail with the paint overs because I think there's certain things that kind of are worth discussing, and it's a good kind of forum to do that. So yeah, if there's too many, I won't be able to get to them all. But I reckon 8 is probably a safe bet. That gives me about half an hour for each one. In fact, I think we actually went over by an hour, didn't we? And there was 8, so we'll see. Let's see what we got. Yeah, so last week of the daytime streams, it's been great. I think we'll have 26 episodes on the YouTube by the end of this week, which is really cool. And yeah, I'm gonna try work on getting something off the ground when it comes to a sort of a Patreon type deal with a bit more of a focused kind of mentorship kind of thing going on. So yeah, watch this space for that. All right, let's see. I was thinking about this Damascus texture, right? How I might do something like this. I'm gonna try something now. Bit of trial and error. I'm basically going to sort of just make a rough pattern like this and then squish it and see what happens, basically. Okay. Duplicate this. Warp it again. Let's put that down and then duplicate it again. Flip it. Been using like 3D all weekend, so then coming back to Photoshop, I was trying to turn the view earlier. I was trying to like move the camera in 3D, and I was like, it's kind of warping my head a little bit. It's like, I don't know if you've ever hey Victor. Yeah, I don't know if you've ever done this where you're like drawing in the sketchbook and you do something you didn't intend to do, and you sort of instinctively, like your hand sort of twitches as if you're going to go for the undo, and you're just like, oh. It's a bizarre sensation. I try to hit save all the time. Yeah, it's bizarre, very bizarre sensation. Sort of getting all mixed up like that. Alright, this could maybe work. So I think might want to go for some oh, okay, that goes from the edge. Maybe I don't want it in a shadow, I want it in a glow. be strange then. This'll do. This'll do. Yeah, I'd like, you know, in the same vein, I would like to sort of be able to put people on mute and stuff like that. IRL. Just be like, or just change off someone's channel. It's like, yeah, well, I'm kind of sick of listening to that guy. Damascus. Yeah, I've got a real hankering to play Elden Ring, even though I really haven't wanted to play that. The idea of it being an open world kind of put me off of it quite a bit, but really in desperate need to play a Souls game. But yeah, I don't have anything to play Elden Ring on. I don't really like using my work PC for games. My laptop, rather. Or just wait for a new Souls game to come out, I guess. Is there any news from Software? Are they planning on bringing a game out soon? It's worth it. Give it a try one day. There's also a mod that makes it multiplayer. I find that easier to explore such a big world. Yeah, nice. Part of me was like, shall I just get a PS5 and just keep that, at my apartment, and then that solves the problem. Multiply. It's over here. Damn. It really is Monday morning. It really is a Monday. Monday morning coming in fast. I was making coffee in the kitchen this morning, and when you just get you get a feeling like someone's watching you, that kind of horrible I'm not alone kind of feeling. And I turn around to my balcony and check this out. Turn around to my balcony and look who's there. There's a goddamn duck watching me through the window. Yeah, I was like, went and showed the video to Daisy, and she was like, "Oh yeah, I heard like a duck quacking, and I thought it was like in my dream." She'd heard it like a few hours earlier from our bedroom window. Pretty spooky, yeah. Goddamn duck. Yeah, spooky stuff. All right, it's almost May. I can't believe it. March, rather. Jeez, May. That would be crazy. Where is this year going already? Damascus. Very impractical dagger, I reckon. I reckon we're looking at this dagger kind of... kind of breaking. Gonna put like a little bit of extra sun in this Damascus blade. It's kind of nicer without the color, actually. Get out of here. So yeah, I've got this image that I'm going to work on today. It's another environment, taking on like similar themes that the recent ones have been taking, where it's like, you know, some kind of like boss fight kind of arena. I've never really made like a big sort of personal, you know, project before, but I'm sort of starting to think about something. I've honestly sort of never really been inspired to make something like that. But I have really been enjoying the environments, right? And it's made me think that I wouldn't mind maybe embarking on a little personal project and just see where it goes, I guess. And I do like this theme of sort of creating environments that, you know, could be a sort of Souls-like game based around the idea of witches, like a land filled with witches, and you know, the game would be somewhat like a Souls-like, but with like a bit more emphasis on like just bosses, I guess. But anyway, not that I would actually develop a game, but just like using that as the basis for like holding all the ideas together. But yeah, I do kind of like the idea of it. And I've got like a ton of stuff that I want to sort of explore within that, I guess. So anyway, this picture I'm doing today is kind of in the similar vein to that. It's kind of something I've been thinking about anyway. The reflections on this are not in any way correct, but I don't I don't care. It's Monday. I need another coffee. Yeah, man, I got the dentist on Wednesday. So pale. I need to give myself a bit of a pep talk. Bit of a pep talk before I go in. Yeah, who knew that fillings like had an expiry date? Apparently, like old metal fillings are only sort of good for like 10 years. Apparently. They're mostly scared of me. But anyway, whatever. I'll be brave. I'll do it. I saw the film is now out to rent on YouTube, but there's a film called Primitive War that's like an R-rated, dinosaur movie where like some soldiers are sent to, extract some other soldiers, and there's friggin' dinosaurs, and everyone gets attacked and mauled, and I want to watch it. Where are we at? 36 minutes. 36 minutes. Mate, Damascus easy mode. Shing, shing, shing. Done. Ship it. All right, Damascus. All right. Yeah, it's an interesting texture for sure. Very interesting. Always see those like really expensive kitchen knives. They got like Damascus fold steel pen. Yeah, so I'm going to do a bit like a big dump of all the daggers, all the environments, all the studies, basically everything that we've done on stream the last few months. Plus just a load of old sketches that I have unfinished paintings and that kind of a thing. Just going to get them all out there at the end of this week, and then onwards with some new stuff. Gonna obviously try and keep up with all the environments and so on. I've got lots of ideas for different environments that I just want to try out, and also just keep up the learning with I say the relearning of stuff on 3D Coat. I was using the program all day yesterday, just mucking around with it, and it's like, it is really good. You know, I remember why I really enjoyed using it. Really does feel like sort of sketching in 3D more so than any other program I've used. You can scribble in it, I think is how I would say that it feels. It feels like a 3D sketchbook where you can just sort of scribble and come up with ideas, and they don't need to be like really well resolved. And in that way they just work really well as a basis for like painting over. So yeah, I've just been really enjoying getting back into that and just treating it that way. Like, I don't need perfect 3D because I'm going to paint all over it. But sometimes it's just nice to sort of, you know, I made these assets yesterday. And I just made that like throne and so on, and then cut up this skeleton model that's in the program, and like, yeah, really roughly just thinking like, oh, okay, if this was like my sort of composition, something like this, right? And just looking at it like this and being like, oh, okay, yeah, maybe. And I took it into Keyshot and got some renders out to paint over, and it was just really fun. Just like sketching, like not trying to do anything crazy, just give myself like enough stuff to sort of work out a composition, and then you know, you're not relying on the renders to do much other than essentially be a drawing, and then can carry on top of it. It's really fun workflow. All right, pretty much there with this this Damascus dagger warm up. Yeah, fun material to paint. Honestly, I like it. Would do again. Let's put just one little ding on here, and then I'll make a quick coffee. And then we'll get into the business. Get into today's bizzo. All right, give me a sec, people. I'm just going to flick the kettle on, and then I'll come and talk to you about what we're doing. Drop my pen, didn't I? Drop my pen. All right. So, ta-da! Today, gonna work on this environment image. Got this idea of like the sort of, you know, maybe not final boss of the game, but you know, a significant boss in the game. Being this, I've called her the Ashen Witch, but it's probably not going to be her name. But anyway, this kind of like witch who's sat in her throne of ash in this kind of weird landscape that just has the ashed remains of, you know, previous battles that have gone on with, you know, maybe even gods, demigods, and it's kind of this sort of surreal landscape of just pure ash and you know, ancient ruins and stuff. Ancient remains. So yeah, I'm gonna sort of paint into this. I've got some ref. I really like this kind of ash here, the way it's kind of dried and then cracked up. And I think that the ground, you know, in here, be really cool to try do something like that. And I want lots more bones and stuff sticking out the ground. And like these are kind of some ashed, you know, bodies from Pompeii. So that kind of thing going on here. Very morbid, I know, but we're here. You know me by now. So yeah, that's what I want to do with this environment. And like I said, I roughed in just the really rough, this kind of the Ashen Witch. It's kind of like she's sat there kind of waiting, dormant. So we'll figure out that maybe she's also like a bit darker, you know, whatever. We'll figure out a way to make her a little bit more part of it. But I do like the idea that she's kind of like ashed into the throne herself. Like I said, this very, very rough like 3D base that I took into Keyshot just made all of these things this like concrete texture. And this is lit with an HDRI. I have it coming, the light coming in from this direction. But I will, once I've kind of painted onto some of these shapes and you know, essentially I wanted to change the shape of the throne and like work up some of these shapes, paint like ash kind of, let's draw on here, show you. It's notes time. So we'd have like ash that's like banked up, you know, into these. We'll have the ground like it is in the ref. Maybe more bones and stuff like sticking out the floor. Out here, maybe there's even like, you know, skeletons like ashed into the side of it. I kind of wanted to change the shape of this so it looked like it was going kind of off in this sort of direction. Like there was some kind of, you know, blast or wind that kind of made the ash bank up in this way. So all the ash should be banked on these. I have these big ones. I don't know what I'm going to do with these big ones yet, but I do like the kind of idea that this place is kind of not necessarily a real place. You know, that the size of everything is a little bit kind of confusing. Like there's skulls of like giants and gods and other stuff here. And all of these could maybe be like, you know, have these sort of ash structures that have formed from, you know, like an intense fire that was in here, that kind of a thing. And then obviously the witch sat here with the dress coming out the front. But I might sort of concentrate the lighting even more. So I was thinking that let's do it like this. You know, the lighting even more so could be sort of coming across like this. And maybe there's various, there's light coming through from various places, but that she could be highlighted sort of side on the throne like this, but maybe there's light still coming through in different areas that can highlight bits of the background. Who knows? We will kind of see what looks cool and figure that out as we go. I think the first port of call will be to work on all of the shapes and the things that are missing from this. So, the floor being banked up to things, extra set dressing, the shape of this. And so far, all of this is just split out onto layers. So I've got the floor, got that ash pile, got the throne, got that, pardon me, spine rib cage that's here, the background stuff, the big skull, and then obviously the witch. So as I update these shapes, I will then update these shapes so we can select them out as we go. And yeah, it should be pretty fun. So there you go. That's what we're going to be doing. I'm just going to pour my coffee and then we'll jump in. Yeah, lots of subtle colouring on this. There's like a little bit of blues that have come from the HDRI on the render, which is quite nice. But I do like the idea of this being a sort of, a bit more of a sort of a flat, ashy, kind of monotone landscape. Like there's been countless massive fires and battles that have kind of ravaged this area. And this is just like the ash wastes that are left over. And what's quite nice, because this is why it's nice to have like rough 3D. It's because the 3D is rough, and the renders are kind of low res. Me painting onto these shapes, I'm just going to be using, this kind of brush here. Something like this. And it's going to fit together quite nicely. The 3D is not super detailed. And this brush has a little bit of kind of texture to it. So it's going to be quite easy to sort of make these things fit together in a way that sort of makes sense. And eventually, like, everything will be somewhat covered, in painting. So yeah, it's just a nice way to integrate. It's a bit like doing using low res photos in photo bashing. Sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second. But yeah, I was thinking about this idea of like, the last sort of fire that kind of ravaged through here, sort of going in a certain direction. The flames were. So like everything that sort of melted, and like then that ash afterwards sort of blew in the wind. And it's kind of making these, kind of ash sculptures that are going in the direction that the wind was going. if that makes sense. Bit like if you go down to the coast and you get the trees that are sort of growing on the edge of cliffs, and because the wind's like always going one direction predominantly, that they grow in that direction. And so like even if the wind's not blowing there, it just gives you this kind of like sense of that happening. It's kind of quite cool. I like it when you see that. So yeah, we can just sort of paint these shapes out a little bit. And if I pick, you know, like local values from these areas, it'll really start to sort of make sense with the picture. So it's quite nice to do that. Got to remember that she's going to be there as well, so and then yeah, once we've updated these shapes, what we can do is kind of figure out a lighting that's a little stronger, a little more contrasty. But yeah, if you see what I'm doing here, just taking like the local, take those guys out, didn't want those there. So just taking the local values of these parts and just roughly painting some new shapes in, and it's going to give us a nice, it's just going to work essentially. Like at a distance it looks like it's part of the 3D already, and there's like a little bit of texture on this brush that kind of goes quite well with that sort of concrete texture and the fact that it's a low res render. And that's deliberate. But yeah, it is fun doing this. Like essentially, you know, it's providing a sort of a rough underdrawing, you know, just rough shapes, and then now I'm sort of going in and thinking about them a little bit more definitively. To go in and sort of do this all in 3D takes a lot of time. If I was, you know, trying to make all of these shapes exactly, and it's a bit sort of less open to be played with. Like even in 3D Coat, you still got to do quite a lot. So it's just a nice little leg up, I guess. Use a bit of a smudge brush here if I wanted a softer edge on any of these. And that softer edge there just turns that form slightly, so you get a bit of a, you know, volume to it. And you don't have to use 3D for this, obviously, but this is just something that I thought would work quite nicely for this. Had somewhat an idea in my head, you know, so it's It's quite nice to just go about it in this way. And I'll update this kind of clown pass when I've done a few more shapes on these things, and then we'll have selections, which is even better. So I'm looking at this ash pile right now. I like these kind of fishes in it. Yeah, I like these kind of fishes that form. It's kind of like the ash is blown up in a certain way, and then, you know, maybe there's rocks under here, or, you know, whatever, and you know, the ash is like piled up on everything, but eventually that ash has got like a bit too heavy and it's like fallen between where there are gaps, so you get these like little fissures going on that form in it. And yeah, they're just quite interesting shapes. And then she's going to be sort of like very similar, maybe even like ashed into the throne herself, like she's been dormant for, you know, since the last battle, and that could have been hundreds of years. She's just lays dormant in wait, ashed into this kind of limbo of a landscape. And yeah, I wanted to sort of mess with the scale of stuff here. So you've got these skulls that are obviously massive, but they're different sizes to each other as well. Right, so this one in the back obviously is really huge. I just wanted this feeling of like you're not quite sure if it's all real or if there's a bit of a, you know, just something a bit surreal about it. A bit like when it all starts to get pretty surreal in Evangelion. You know, just a nice melancholy Ash Witch Monday. Oh shit, I forgot to get a YouTube chat up. Whoops. Let me grab the YouTube chat quickly. Sorry, YouTube. Been neglected once again. Okay, sorry, let me pop out YouTube chat. Okay, we've got you, YouTube. Sorry, Izzy. Senior over here talking to yourself. Let's see. Hello, I'm probably in YouTube chat right now, but in case you're reading this, I've been practicing Blender again because of you. It's super fun. Cool. Very nice. Yeah, I do want to get into not modeling in Blender, but or maybe eventually, but at least setting up renders in Blender, because at the moment I use Keyshot, right, which is very nice and easy to use, but it is on another computer, and I would like to just be able to do everything on this one laptop. I could, I suppose, learn to use the renderer that is in 3D Coat, and then I don't have to go anywhere, but the stuff that comes out of Blender looks really nice, and that's why I use 3D Coat as well. The Keyshot as well. It's just, I really just like the quality of how things look, how the materials come out of the program. Like, there's just a certain look that comes from these, which I've always really enjoyed. Which I just don't see necessarily in other programs. Each renderer just sort of has its own sort of look, you know. So we go. I've got YouTube chat up now, Izzy, so you no longer be neglected over there. But yeah, what you been up to in Blender? Blender. Okay, let's turn this witch off. No worries, I'm having the time of my life over here. Okay. Alright, let's look at the floor, shall we? Let's look at our ref quickly. So I like these areas. I think the way that I would paint these is to sort of paint the form first. The overall form. Remember, general to specific, right? So the overall form would be just thinking about this ever so slight kind of bowl shape that you see. So just to paint these kind of larger bowl shapes without any of the cracks. You know, you could just sort of lasso those out. Something like this. Paint those and then go in with like a harder brush and put some of the cracks in. That's, I think, how I'd go about that. But I really like the look of this. So let's try and emulate that on the ground. Also, what's fun with the ground stuff is doing all the sort of banks up into the eyes of things, that kind of a thing. But we'll do that in a bit. So let's see, ground. Oh yeah, of course, of course. Always paint that. Always end up painting underneath, like, where something's going to cover it. Of course I'm doing that. So yeah, when I look at something like this and I think, okay, trying to do the biggest thing first is to try and be aware of like what the underlying form is. What I mean is like what's the biggest form that holds what you're looking at together. In this case, it's like, oh, those dips and troughs in the ground, they're basically like bowls, like shallow bowls. And they're connected at the edges. So if you kind of paint a series of shallow bowls like that, and that will give you the form. Then you can go in with something harder. And start to paint in. Let's have a quick look at it again. Start to paint in some of the kind of local cracks. The underlying form, you know, is giving it the shape, and then these cracks are essentially working like a wireframe. They're giving you a little bit more information about the overall form of it, and you could then go in and touch up some of these edges, right, with a little bit more. But you know, some of these edges that are facing us maybe like cracked up, for example. A few of these might face us, but if I took like a slightly lighter color, like that color that's on the top here, I could sort of pick out kind of some top edges, or a side edge here and there, and this would give it form. You know, and locally you could say like, oh, this bit's bent away from the light a little bit more. Just do a little something like this. But if we start off with the underlying form, you know, the rest of the stuff that we do is really just going to help push that a little bit more. But it should kind of already read. Just knocking back the contrast of some of these lines. They're a little bit too dark, a bit like grabbing my attention. So I'd maybe just do a few of these kind of interconnected, right? And we'll see what happens. So if I go underneath this one and I make another shape, it's kind of a shallower shape here because it's a little bit more, you know, in perspective. So it's like, it's shallower. Take a soft brush and again, just try and paint that underlying form first. And then take this brush for a little bit of texture in there. I'm just going over my form, you know. It's basically just introducing a little bit of rando texture in there at the same values, so that it's not like completely smooth. And then again, we'll just got to make sure that we scale this down appropriately. The lines, I mean. And it's kind of, it's a way of looking at things, I guess, from the perspective of trying to paint it. But the more you can get used to sort of looking at something and sort of breaking it down into a process of like, okay, what's the texture, and then separating that out from the lighting, and so on, thinking of the underlying form and all that jazz. You'll build up a bit of an understanding of how to break stuff down like this, and then it just becomes a bit of practice. But it's a bit like if you've ever been into skateboarding, right? Or anything like that. But I'll use skateboarding as an example because I've been skateboarding. I used to skateboard a lot. But you end up looking at like street furniture and, stairwells and other stuff like that. You end up looking at that stuff kind of differently because you're looking at it from the point of view of wanting to skate on it. And so you sort of look at what's possible, what tricks are possible on it, how you might go about it, and so on. And it's just a different way of looking at stuff around you because of your intended use for it. I imagine it would be the same if you were into parkour or BMX or anything like that. You just sort of get a different way of looking at things. And I think it's similar when you are kind of learning to draw and paint. It's kind of useful to sort of take a moment to just look at your surroundings or look at something on the train or wherever it is and whatever it is, and just think like, okay, if I was going to paint this, like how would I go about that? What's the big shape? What's the texture? And then, how would I simplify that? That'd be where it'd be very nice, obviously, to have like an iPad or something. You could sketch these things down. I remember years ago taking a Nintendo DS. I think it was a DS around because there was an app that a game that came out for it called Colors. And it's basically just like a painting app, and you could paint on the DS. Like one screen is where you picked your colors and brushes, and you could paint on the little touch screen with the stylus, and it was great for just doing little sketches out and about. You couldn't go into much detail, which was great, and it was a very simple program, but it was really good, and you could play them back as well as like a little video. You could get them off of the DS, put them on your computer, and it was so good. I've still got that little DS. I haven't taken it out sketching for years and years and years, but that was amazing at the time. Really fun. And it was good to do these little studies just like on the train or wherever. You just see something interesting and be like, you're like, oh yeah, sick. The DS was everything. Yeah, but it was. For a Zelda fan. Should I say a Link fan? But yeah, anyway, it was cool. It was very cool. Spent all my time on the little Picto chat thing. Oh, I don't know what that is. But yeah, it was sick. Honestly, very cool. Very cool device. And you could do loads on it. But yeah, for studies and stuff, it's really good because you just spend like 15 minutes on something. You just saw something interesting, you know. Remember sort of being at a pub or something and seeing like, oh, that the way that the light is coming through that lamp and reflecting on the wall like makes a really interesting pattern, and you could just sort of copy that down quite quickly. This is in a time where you would really only be able to do that on like a laptop. Do you know what I mean? There wasn't anything sort of portable like that was like as unintrusive. It's it was MSN, but you drew pictures in the style. Oh my god, yeah, MSN Messenger, holy. Remember like hopelessly trying to flirt with girls in my class on MSN. So good. Yeah, getting I remember in this was like early in high school. There was like a girl called Katie in my class, and she asked for my MSN one day, and I was like, oh my god. And I would speak to her quite a bit on MSN, but like we were just too shy to talk to each other in real life in class. So like I'd see her in real life and we'd barely say anything to each other. But then we'd chat on MSN for like hours in an evening. It was so sad. Yeah. Yeah, we went to the cinema once, and I'm pretty sure we basically just didn't talk. Like on the way to the film, we watched the film. Obviously, we didn't talk during the film, and then I walked her home after the film. I'm pretty sure we said like 10 words to each other, just like both unbelievably shy. But then would like speak to her on MSN for forever. Derp. Pretty funny. So yeah, fond of MSN. Good times. I was only like 13. This wasn't like me, age 25. It was yesterday. It was yesterday with my wife. Yeah. Well, believe it or not, I used to be very shy. And I am still in some circumstances, I guess. Getting that ashy floor down. It's looking nice. It's looking nice. Let's see, her dress is going over most of this, so. Yeah, my MSN name used to be. I'll type it. New World Disorder. So good. Wow. Yeah, exactly. And that was really, there was a mountain bike video, you know, like a mountain bike kind of stunt video that I used to watch. That was the title of it. And that is the whole reason that was my nickname. My screen name. Really had zero idea about it. I would always change my MSN tagline or whatever it was to Linkin Park lyrics. Amazing. Yeah, that's so good. With loads of like, you know, stars and X's and O's and stuff after it, like making this whole like pattern of stuff. Love it. Love it. It's good times. It's great times. It's so funny. Such a mate. I don't even know where all the little symbols are I use on the keyboard. Yeah. I would see like this girl Katie that I was talking about. She had all of that in her name, and I was like, I don't know where that shit is on the keyboard. Like, just this crazy like. I guess it was like ASCII or something. But yeah, I was like mesmerized. Like, these people have a different keyboard to me. Yeah, what's up, Jawa? You have to restrain yourself. Yeah. I think it's cool. Eh? Yeah, that stuff was really fun. When I was a little bit older, I had some friends, and they were like speaking to some girls from a different school, like a school in Scarborough. And this is when I had moved up north, so we were in Cheshire, and these girls they were talking to were in Scarborough, which is it's quite far away. And yeah, they all had like a girlfriend in Scarborough, which is like on the coast. And like I would hang out with these guys quite a bit. And they would, and every weekend they would be going to Scarborough, and like I didn't go. But yeah, they were like, yeah, man, you gotta come to Scarborough. Like we've all got girlfriends in Scarborough. And they'd go there every weekend and like, you know, just hang out with these girls. And yeah, it was dead weird. It was like all week they would just talk about going to Scarborough on the weekend, like who's coming, this, that and the other. And that, you know, they'd all be in the evenings like chatting to their Scarborough girlfriend or whatever. It's so bizarre. But at the time, it seemed like really cool because they were like, these were girls from a different school. Evie Maria 57, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Yeah, so at my school, like a lot of the, I guess it was popular to be into sort of like, I don't know, Eminem and you know, like older kind of rap music, stuff that stuff that is fine. Obviously, listen to what you want. But it was much more like that was generally the more popular thing at school, was like rap and such. Whereas at school, I tended to listen a bit more to, I don't know, like Nirvana and you know, Korn, that kind of a thing, right? So there wasn't really many people at my school that were into that, apart from these like few guys that I knew. But in Scarborough, all that kind of music was like what everyone was listening to at the school there, and much less what was going on. So there was this real like appeal of like, man, in Scarborough, like everyone listens to the same music that we do. I think that's what made it seem appealing. It's quite funny still there, thinking about it. You know what school's like. It's crazy. School be crazy. It do be like that. Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's quite sweet thinking back on it all. This piece has energy. Yeah, it's gonna have a lot of flow. I'm holding off like painting the witch because I'll just get sucked in. I need to do like all of the big stuff first. Because I know I'm like. I can really only be disciplined about this stuff when I'm on stream as well. Or if I'm working. If I was doing personal work like this off stream, discipline goes out the window. I'm accountable to you guys. And keep me on the straight and narrow. I guess maybe a lot of you aren't in London, so it doesn't make much sense. But the Victoria and Albert Museum, I think they still do it. They're open till like 10 p.m. on Friday nights. And yeah, I used to go down there quite a bit and take like a laptop or a sketchbook and draw the sculptures in the cast court. They've got loads of marble sculptures, and yeah, like I said, they're open till 10, so you can go on like a Friday after work, get a few hours drawing in down there. It was really quite fun. I'm thinking of maybe starting that up every now and again. Maybe do like, one Friday a month or something. Where we go down and do that, because it's really good fun. I can show you. Let me save this quick. Save. Yeah, I can show you some of the studies I used to do down there. But yeah, I was thinking of starting that up again. So I can post in the Discord. When we might start that up again. But like I said, I don't know. Most of you probably not in London or even in the UK. So let me see. Find some sculpture studies. But yeah, it's cool. You used to just take a laptop down there, sit up in the cast court, and yeah, just copy sculptures. It's quite nice. It's like doing a study, but a little bit harder because you're actually looking at something. But yeah, nice way to sort of unwind on a Friday and then go for some beers afterwards. Talk shop. Yeah, here we go. So yeah, set up and just sketch on the thing. Pretty fun. I think I've got some of the studies that I did here. Yeah, these are from those evenings. So yeah, quite fun. But yeah, something we could do. Did that at the National Portrait Museum and at the Royal Academy of Arts last summer. Oh yeah, nice. Love the portrait gallery. Really fun. Got to avoid some of these shapes being similar size. Train is pricey. It's good. You break out your Nintendo DS. I'm gonna dig mine out later. I think I know where it is at home. See if it's still got colors on it. I could paint on my DS at the dentist while they're drilling my teeth. Be like. I've actually been playing Final Fantasy 3 on the DS recently. It's awful. Don't recommend. How come? Just like because it's such a tiny screen, or Is 3D code still open? Here, I've actually... I remember the screen being tiny, like... No, it's just a bit of a tedious game. It's missing some quality of life stuff that later ones have, and when you die, you lose so much progress. I'm trying to play every Final Fantasy with my partner, so I'm fighting. Oh no. Yeah, that's tough. Hey, Yanni, what's going on? Yeah, older games are sometimes like that. A few years ago, booted up. I think I have Monster Hunter. I can't remember which one it is. It's very early. It's like one of the earliest ones that came out over here in the West. It's like Monster Hunter 2 maybe on PSP. And yeah, oh my god, that game. I swear, if like someone who's only ever played like World or any of the more modern ones would boot that up, they'd be like, wait, what? There's so much quality of life stuff in the newer games. They're like insanely, well, they're kind of a different game really. Like the more modern Monster Hunters are actually nothing like the old ones. The old ones, there's really no hand holding at all. You know, you have to do everything. Like if you go on a mission without the right drinks, for example, you basically just freeze and die. You have to throw a paintball at the monster so that you can see where it is on the map, so you can track it. If you don't do that and you're fighting it and you forgot to do that, you have to just run around the map looking for the monster, and it can take forever. And yeah, you have to like farm all of your own materials for potions. It's not quite as easy as just like running around and running over them. You literally have to go and like mine and rock and all this kind of stuff. You'd spend forever trying to get stuff together for a hunt and like making sure that your bags were like stacked full of everything you needed, and it would take also, you know, you'd have like 50 or 45 minutes timed, you know, for the run, and like it would take all of that. It would be like a real war of attrition against some of the big monsters. You know, I remember coming out of some hunts and it was like I'd run out of everything, you know. They're not really like that anymore. Like they're much more sort of easier, especially if you're playing them with people. It's basically like, it's not really hunting. It's just a monster beat up simulator. The pain. Lieutenant Danny. Good morning. What is up? I'm currently playing Alice Madness Returns, and it runs so bad. And then the video settings are almost non-existent. Yeah, amazing. Yeah, I was thinking of getting my PlayStation out and booting up Dark Souls 3 again. But then the thought of being on the PS4, I can only imagine like how dated it looks now. And that's just the PS4. Yeah, there's a charm to it though. I'm I'm not complaining. It's just more kind of like at the time, all those things are just like part of the experience, and like it's so weird how at a certain point in time, you know, the graphics on the sort of current gen console, it seems so amazing. I remember, you know, having an N64 and being like, this is peak graphics right now. Like, it doesn't get better than this. And then, you know, the next console comes out and it's better and so on. But then you go back and you boot up like an N64 and you put GoldenEye on and you're like, what on earth am I looking at? Like, how did I ever think this was like realistic? It's so bizarre. It really like blows my mind. Let's get rid of these big boys back here. Don't need those right now. I guess I love playing my DS still. Yeah, I mean, it's a cool console. I do think it's kind of cool. The console's sick. To Switches now, I can play all of them. Been enjoying PS2 and the 64, but you're right, I cannot see anything on GoldenEye. Yeah, like, you boot up GoldenEye and you're just like, am I blind? It's quite funny. Yeah, have you got them set up on... I've got like a sort of a HDMI kind of cable splitter, so you basically can leave everything sort of plugged in, and then you just press a button on the splitter, and it will go to the next input. So you only need like one HDMI plugged into the TV, but you can have like, you know, an iPad, a laptop, a console, and all of that all on the same thing. I just yeah, Mega Drive. That was sick. My dad bought me a Mega Drive 2 from a car boot sale, and it came with like loads of games on it. Me and my brother were so into that. Oh yeah, okay, cool. Similar thing. Man, this like hard to brush and then switch to smudge brush and just put in that soft edge is a very nice little combo. Very quick. Get a nice little bit of form going, move on. So I'm just basically building out some shapes here, and then what I will do is like flatten a lot of this down. Just make some quick masks so that I can kind of select them all individually, but then I'm going to get into kind of lighting the image slightly more to just sort of refocus the focal point, essentially. I do want the witch in the throne to be sort of kind of hidden in a way, like not. She doesn't need to be sort of super obvious in there. I like the idea that she's sort of dormant and kind of ashed in, so she's just part of the landscape in and of itself. But I will do some amount to sort of make her stand out. But, you know, where this dress is laying on the floor, maybe there's like ash pulled up into it, and she's like kind of a bit more sort of ashed into the chair itself. So it's all kind of one. That's kind of what I'm thinking about. That's what he's got. I gotta say, it's unbelievably relaxing painting this kind of ashy landscape with this soft piano music. I kind of getting pretty taken into it. Honestly, the restraint I had to exercise yesterday to not paint on this image. I came to my studio to prepare the image because I dreamt about it in the morning, and I was like, ooh, okay, I'm gonna go to the studio and mess around in 3D a little bit. But all that happened quite quickly, and then got to a point where I was like, man, I could just paint on this for a few hours actually. And I was like, no, save it for stream. But god damn, it was tough. I was like, I can't start the stream with like a half finished painting. Just be like, yeah, I did this yesterday. So I showed some restraint for you guys. The bones call to him. Yeah, exactly. Study the bones. Study the blade. Study thy blade. Here's one I made earlier. Yeah, exactly. Study thy bones. Study the blade. So yeah, I know From Software's bringing out a new game, but it's a Switch 2 exclusive, isn't it? The Dusk Bloods. I'm not sure I'll be getting a Switch 2 just to do that. But I heard rumors that they have another game in production, and it's like really quite far along, which would be amazing. As much as I want to play something new. I probably will end up playing Elden Ring at some point to scratch the itch. Yeah, I did enjoy the Switch one. Like, it's quite fun as a portable thing. Like, I end up playing it quite a bit if I have to go on a long plane journey, like when I go to New Zealand and stuff. It's brilliant for that, and it's quite nice just to play, you know, some low key games with Daisy and stuff. But yeah, I got to say, it's not like something that I'm super into otherwise. And yeah, the idea of like upgrading to a Switch 2, I'm like, not really. Not really. And there's so many things that are going to come out on PS5 that I'd be interested in playing. Like, I really want to play Phantom Blade when that comes out. That Tides of Annihilation game looks kind of like a cool sort of Devil May Cry style game. So I'm kind of interested in playing that. Obviously, I want to play Elden Ring. No doubt From Software will bring out, Dark Souls 4 or something, and I'll be like, oh, damn, got to play that. So it's looking more and more like I'd just get a PS4 to have at home. 5, sorry. Yeah, State of Play got me very interested in a lot of projects coming out soon. Looking at you, God of War remake. Yeah, I actually never played the God of War 4 Dad Simulator. That also looked like something I could lazily get into. I actually worked on that before it became God of War. Originally it was like pitched as a sort of Nordic themed like MMO. So I worked on it when it was the early stages of that until they like pivoted to being God of War. At which point I was like already off the project. So it was only years later I was like, wait, is this the same project? And I was like, it's now God of War. I'm like, okay. Yeah, I do like sometimes less of a sort of gameplay intensive game, but just a little bit more on the sort of cinematic side, a playable movie kind of a thing. Like Last of Us is kind of like that. It's like it's not particularly difficult game. Um, it's a bit more like a sort of a playable movie, and I do kind of like that every now and again. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But yeah, that God of War 4 looked really cool. And Ragnarok as well. Some cool set pieces. I remember I really enjoyed, and this it got kind of panned when it came out because I think people were expecting a bit more from it, but it's on the same sort of idea of like it's a playable movie kind of a thing, which was The Order 1886. That had like a really cool world and like world building kind of stuff. It was just it was maybe like 10-hour game. Like really good graphics for when it came out. But yeah, I think people were expecting like a bit more substance to the game. But that was really fun. Like a very, very sort of low stakes, easy to play, but just kind of like cool world, like cool little set pieces here and there. I enjoyed it quite a bit. Yeah, funny enough, that Avatar game was like that for me. So many cutscenes had me in tears because of how good the story was. Yeah, sick. Yeah, I do like something like that every now and again. Daisy and I are gonna play uh, the Little Nightmares games and Reanimal, which came out recently. That's gonna be a few evenings of like shared gameplay. Should be fun. Yeah, yeah. Reanimal looked really fun. I remember watching a friend play Little Nightmares 2 when it came out. It was like, oh yeah, this is cool. Just great atmosphere. And the lighting in those games is really, really nice as well. It's kind of very aesthetically pleasing. I'm looking forward to giving those a go. There's a lot of ash going on. Yeah, Limbo. Limbo was great. Yeah, damn, that was a sad game. Holy. Yeah, that was very cool. Okay, let's get some idea of like lighting going on. I say more of an idea of lighting, I guess I should say. Yeah, Journey. That was another game. Journey was a bit of a tearjerker, wasn't it? I had such a good playthrough on the first uh, playthrough of Journey. You know, you got like matched up with a player. I got matched up with someone who had played through it before, and they were just really good at sort of letting me find my way through the puzzles, but also sort of helping out. And you know, they were very like active. You know, you could make the sort of chirping noises, and they it was just great. And it was like a really nice like sort of 3 hours experience, 2 hours experience. Um, and yeah, at the end, you know, they give you the gamer tag of the person you played with. And yeah, it was just like so emotional at the end. I remember messaging that person and we had a good chat for like a couple of hours afterwards. Because yeah, it was just like, it was really good. Really good. They were just like a good sort of teacher of the game, but not in a way that, you know, it's kind of spoiled it for me. It was just like having a good, yeah, a good like mentor or something, you know. It was yeah, it was quite a crazy experience. I remember sort of coming away from that game and I was like, that I've never had an experience like this in a video game, you know. It was really yeah, proper emotional. Amazing game though. Like a really just really unique experience at the time. Played it during peak COVID when everyone was stuck inside from quarantine and was like, wow, this is a spiritual experience. Yeah, honestly, I played it when it very first came out. So there was a ton of people on it. And it was great. Like yeah, really was like a very, a very kind of, yeah, spiritual experience, I guess. I immediately, after I'd kind of spoken to the person that took me through the game, I like immediately went back on it and like played through again. And like, it was still good, but that first experience could never be beaten. It was great. I can't remember what you had to do, but you got a different outfit after like so many playthroughs. But I can't remember like what you had to do to get that. Yeah, the music and the gameplay like really matched up together, and the whole the sort of the journey is someone's journey through life, isn't it? Each level is like a sort of a different part of uh, of one's life journey. So there's like the sort of heady younger years where it's all like bright and colorful and the music's all upbeat, and then sort of starts to get really really sort of sad and dark and kind of dangerous for a while, and then you have that kind of basically like journey up to the mountain where you're sort of flying up there. Oh god, it's so emotional. It's beautiful. I've got to be careful I don't like obfuscate this skull in the background too much. Yeah, they took quite a long time making a sequel, which then ended up like being like a mobile game. I remember sort of downloading it and checking it out and being sort of fairly excited. I think it was called Children of Light, something like that. But it really had nothing that Journey had. That was very similar sort of aesthetic and stuff, but it was nowhere near as. They had lightning in a bottle with Journey, I think. Yeah. Sword of the Sea is good. That's the most recent one. Not the same experience as Journey, but a fun and pretty game. Oh yeah, the artists that I like that worked on that. Hey, Gelmil, thank you for the follow. Hey, yo. Welcome, welcome. We're currently here in this land of this land of ash, ashtray land. This is what happens if you fall asleep with a cigarette in your living room. Bit of lotion, yeah. Send lotion. Okay, let's put some of these into groups. Group. Multiply. Right, let's see about. See about this. Actually, let's just do this over everything for now. Maybe we can. quickly, very quickly. I'll be right back. And then we'll do the lighting on this. Just got to make a coffee, grab the Huel, and yeah, then I'll be right back and we'll continue. So stay right there. Lotion incoming. Yo. So I'm back. Just had to grab the Huel, put the kettle on, and be lighting time. All right, GG, noobs. There we go. We lost we lost 7 viewers. So it's the Gen Z attention span. They're like, "What? Nothing happening for 5 minutes. I'm out. Peace." Couldn't handle it. Exactly. It's too much. It's tough out there. Okay, this is like a bit more contrasty than it's gonna be, but I'm just trying. You know how it is. We got to experiment. We got to try something out. So yeah, I think like maybe something along the lines of this, where it's a little bit more directional, like on our main sort of focal point, but it's still, we got a lot of kind of ambient lighting going on in the background stuff. I think ultimately these kind of rib shapes are quite interesting, and maybe they'd be better like fully in shadow for a bit of contrast back there. And then, you know, even further back we get a little bit more, maybe there's some other shapes going on back here. Doesn't need to be much, but just just like some insane wind going through. So yeah, I'm thinking something a little bit more like that. Now I'm just like, I'm just going to paint everything with ash on it now. Everything, every single painting is just like, it's just covered in ash. I sort of am enjoying the sort of monochromaticness of it, but also like the ash has lots of little shapes in it. There's lots of these spiky shapes with direction and stuff, and it is quite sort of visually busy, but in a way I do kind of I like that about it as well at the same time. And that's why the light sort of helps us to refocus. Maybe we have like some kind of, I had this idea of maybe like a crown or like witch crown or something, we'd have a bit of color in there. I don't know. We just keep playing around, figure it out. But I think as a rough idea of like how I'd consolidate the lighting a bit more, probably will go with something like this. Yeah, fun. All right. And then, yeah, potentially, the witch's dress could be a bit darker. Something like, I don't know, we'll play around with it. For now, I'll keep it like ash colored. I think the bones in the dark bring my eyes there first instead of the subject because of the contrast. These ones here, the ribs. Yeah, I'll have to, pardon me. I do like, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I would have to figure these out a little bit. I think it's just more a case of they don't need to be as dark. But I do kind of like want them to be in shadow in the background to enable things behind them, like these kind of things, to be in the light. So we'll just play with it. More fog. Yeah, I'm trying to use like less fog in things. A bit like with the snake one, like taking out the sort of light shaft actually made it look a lot more cooler, but like well put together, And although this does have a little bit of kind of mist in the background, I'm really trying to like kind of order values in such a way that it's not necessary to do that everywhere. So, yeah, Danny, good question. Like one thing that you could do to sort of balance something out like this that's going to be darker than, something in front of it, is that overall it's going to have less detail. So, although the value of it might, be this dark, it's actually going to have really not a lot going on. Like very simple detail. It's basically just going to be a silhouette. Whereas then, things further forward and in front of it are just in general got a lot more detail going on. And so that tends to draw the eye more and so on. And then, yeah, also this won't have much in the way of edge variation, right? It's just essentially going to be, again, a silhouette. Whereas somewhere like here or here, there's a little bit more subtle coloring, there's detail, there's edge variation and so on. So those things do help to pull the eye around. You have certain contrasts that will draw the eye. So if you want to draw the eye to something, you try and use as many contrasts as possible to lead the eye there. And if you want something to stay, less interesting, you maybe only have like one of those contrasts working for it. So in this case, it really only has the contrast of value, but it's not going to have anything else. So it will still be a little quieter and so on. But yeah, this image will have a certain amount of kind of noisiness to it because of what it is. The way that ash forms on things is, it is in its own way quite noisy. But I also don't mind that because it is trying to look like that, and it's kind of the thing if there's quite a bit of noise everywhere, just one thing different in the focal point. So in this case, getting a bit more light, or maybe introducing like a little bit of more color or something like that will be enough to pull the eye in. Like maybe this sort of kind of floating crown thing that she has, if that was like gold, for example, it's like instant pulls the eye there because it's the only bit of contrasting color on top of the detail, on top of the value, and so on and so forth. Right. It's witch time. Duplicate layer. Boom. I always duplicate stuff like this if I like the sketch that I have. Always duplicate the layer before painting on top of it. if everything goes awry, you can always go back to where it all started. So many times I painted on top of something like this and been like, kind of ruined it at some point, and then I don't have the sketch still. I'm like, well, that's gone. So I'm just using this smudge brush right now to soften off some of the hard edges, which is giving me like a little bit of form on this, in the form of it looks like drapery folds, you know. Let's take that eye out for now. Yeah. Narratively on this as well, I don't mind if the witch gets a little bit lost. Like, she's meant to be kind of part of the landscape almost, you know. She's dormant here for forever, and that, you know, the ash is settled after the last battle, as it were. So she's just very much like part of the furniture. I guess another thing that can kind of help in a busy composition, or a composition that has a lot of, well, yeah, busyness, I guess, going on, is that if you set up a familiar trope, you know, in this case, you know, the sort of the throne room trope of like central composition, throne in the middle, you know, kind of triangular shape, sort of motif going on. If you set something up like that, which we see a lot in TV programs, in films, we've seen it in other illustrations and books and stuff like that. If you set up a composition like that, but that composition like this happens to be like quite noisy, right, with other stuff going on, because you've set up a familiar trope, it's still recognizable to people at a glance. That if you had done a different composition that wasn't so like tropey, they might have taken a bit longer to get it or not seen it, you know? So you can play off doing something familiar and then kind of messing with the formula a little bit, or introducing a bit more noise, or doing something very monochromatic like this, because yeah, you're organizing it around something that is actually recognized. You know, if you're used to seeing like that kind of shot, then even though you're not necessarily seeing it straight away, it's set up in a way for you to be like, oh, okay, I have seen this sort of thing before. I can then gauge like that is what's happening here, for example. If I'd done like a composition here that was like less tropey in that sense, it would be harder to read. Like that's why you can set up a composition with characters. Let's see. Right, you set up this composition. Small character. Big character, right? That composition. We know this one, right? We know this one as like, oh shit, this is the sort of David and Goliath kind of situation, right? Camera's low down, you know, little character facing off against big character. Okay, that's kind of a regular sort of trope that you see. Well, what this is very useful if you've got like character designs that are a little bit like off the beaten track, a little bit crazy, right? Maybe you've got sort of some sci-fi character designs and they're really quite like off the wall, or you know, your monster has got like a really crazy design and shape to it. Well, if you set this up to be that same trope, you know, I got my big, yeah, multi-eyed, sort of scary octopus, right? Facing off against, you know, my, let's say it's a little space dog with a blaster, whatever. Okay, you're using the same trope that we had in the sort of David and Goliath example, and you're using that in effect because it's recognizable. So even though this design is maybe something we've never seen before, and this design is something we've never seen before, we recognize the situation, the shot. So you can use that to your advantage when doing something that is maybe a little bit strange. Yeah, this is a really good book for this. By the way, you must have seen this book before. If you haven't, like, it's a must-have. This book is amazing for understanding composition. It's done for visual storytelling. So anything from like storyboards to movies to concept art, anything like that. But yeah, if you've never seen this book, this is insane book to get. You will learn so much about composition, and it's done in a really interesting way. It's called Framed Ink. There is a whole section in the book that you can see here. They take different compositions. They sort of show you the kind of value breakdown or a sort of little breakdown of this, and then talk about like where this shot is usually used and like why it works. And there's loads of examples in the book, like where you would use a low camera angle, where you would use, a dolly zoom, like where you would use this kind of framing, and so on and so forth. Excellent book. And it's very, very easy to read. Divine timing, yeah, for real. But check out this book; it's so good. Wow, they make it volume 2. Damn. Okay. Yeah, they talk about different lenses as well. This bit's quite interesting. They have a train. It's just a simple composition of a train each time, but filmed, framed up in a different way, and it gives you a totally different idea of like what the what's going on in the picture. Basically, it really changes the mood of it. Can I post a link? Yeah, go. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, super good book. I did a lecture at Playgrounds last year, which kind of riffing off of that same idea with composition, but talking about lighting in narrative storytelling and how important it is to think about your lighting essentially as a character, and how that lighting should act, and so on. And yeah, it's something that I could do on one of the streams. Is I could basically do that lecture again for you guys. It's a proper lecture. I actually made slides for it and everything. But I think you might find it very interesting. Essentially a similar thing to that book, but instead it's focusing on lighting and not sort of framing a shot, but actually framing things up with lighting and so on. All right, nice. Well, yeah, depending on how the paintovers go on Friday, if I have like an hour spare on that stream, then I'll do it then. But if not, we'll schedule a stream in for that. But yeah, essentially it was lighting and narrative composition, and sort of how to use light to tell a story. And basically in the talk, I break down lighting in several old paintings, and we talk about all the concepts to do with lighting. And then we go into a demonstration of painting the exact same image twice, but changing only the lighting, and how we can completely change the narrative of the image with just that. So I painted the same image, twice. One time, basically making out our main character to be like the goodie, and then we paint it a second time, only changing the lighting, and we show the character being like evil essentially, and nothing else changes. it's just the lighting. And so highlighting how important it is to think about your lighting when creating a composition, but also to understand that lighting goes a long way to help tell a story, and not to think of it as an afterthought, and to really understand like what lighting is doing to your characters. Because it's doing a lot. Gotta look because of work. If I'm not back by the time you end stream, I'll see you on Thursday's stream. Word up, Danny. Have a good meeting, bruh. I'm really getting into painting this ash. The smudge brush and this brush together is MVP right now. It's free real estate. Man, where's the time going today? Is absolutely flying by. We locked in, locked on. But I guess we did have to paint this one fairly fast. We only got 2 streams this week to do it, so because Friday is another critique stream, so if you have some work in progress stuff that you would like me to take a look at and do a paint over for on Friday, drop it in the Discord, and it is a first come first serve basis. We managed to get through quite a few last time, but there's definitely a limit to how many I can get through in the time. So if you would like a paint over, a critique, please, drop that in the Discord and I will get them all together. I think we did like 8 last time, didn't we? We managed about 8 in like 4.5 hours, maybe. So I'd probably say 8's probably the limit. And yeah, the first come will get priority. I've already got 2 already in the lab, and I believe cool. We've got 1 here as well. Okay, sweet. But yeah, drop them in the Discord before Friday, and I'll get to them on Friday's stream. I should say that illustrations, for the most part, I am an illustrator, so I can be much more helpful when it comes to illustrations than anything else, and I will prioritize illustrations over anything else in there. Sorry. Nope. All right, I need some dinner time inspiration for this evening. What's everyone cooking? I need to figure out what I'm going to make this evening. Help me. I had a roast last night, doing spag bowl tonight. Oh, dreamy. What roast did you have? Chicken. Only do fancy meats at Christmas. Yeah, we had chorizo pasta last night. It's pretty delicious. Oh yeah, I make a mean paella. A mean paella. Mean. Yeah. I'm working on a commission at the moment. And dude, the tricks I've learned from these streams are helping so much. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Glad to hear. Yeah, anything you can do to like streamline your process a little bit and get those things kind of to a certain quality, but also like out the door. It's good. Really good. Like if you can reliably sort of hit a certain quality, and then you can take on a few things at the same time. It's all good process to build up with, Once upon a time, I was like, how does anyone work on more than one thing at a time? Like, how? But it does get easier with experience. But again, like having a process, really helps, and sort of it helps you manage your time as well. Because the more familiar you get with kind of a process of doing something, the more you're like, oh, okay, I know that only takes me, 3 hours to get to that point. So I could actually work on more than one thing and work on this while I'm working on this, etc., etc. Yeah, really starts you down a path of being able to do more, Yeah, Control U. What's this one? I can't remember what this one is. Let's have a quick look. Don't know if you use it that often, but yeah, Control M. Control M brings up curves. Super handy layer. Like I have this on a macro. So this is, these are the values in your image. This bottom corner being the darks. This top corner being the lightest lights, and so you can adjust, the value distribution, of the thing that you're painting. So if I want to bring like the lights down, bring the midtones up, or if I want to make the darks lighter, but it's really good for adjusting stuff, and especially in color as well. If you're painting something, you realize like, oh, okay, it's slightly like redder than it needs to be in the shadows. You don't have to repaint it. You can just, target the red. It's not going to do it on this because any red in there, but you can target the specific values a bit, the specific colors a bit more, and yeah, it's very handy. I use it all the time. Yeah. Yeah, so that graph just represents the values in that particular, like in this case, in this particular layer. So if I hit it, see, these are the darks. So if I want to make the darks lighter, I pull this bottom edge up. If I want to make the darks darker, I pull it along the bottom axis, right? And as you can see, it drags this line. So it's making the darks darker, but it's also starting to affect these values here. So if I wanted to maybe make the darks darker, but keep those mid values the same or less affected, you know, I can add a few more points to this graph and sort of bring those back. You see what I mean? And then, for example, if I want to make the lights then really bright here, hang on. If I want to make the brights really bright, what is going on with my pen? Why won't it grab it? There we go. So this is, you know, the brightest brights, the lightest lights, for example, and I can basically make a custom curve. So now my lights are brighter, but the darks are the same, etc. And obviously that's for all channels, but you can do it with these 3 channels as well. So yeah, it's just good for doing like on the fly adjustments. If you notice you're painting something and you're like, oh, I've lost some contrast there, you can just quickly curves it and bring back the lights. It's very good at the end of a picture as well as like an adjustment layer to put over everything, and you can just slightly tweak the values. Similarly, right, you see this now, there's all these different values in the shadows. And you might want to be like, okay, I just want to unify all of that together so that it's kind of two-tone and flat. You know, this is where lighten comes in. So I make a lighten layer, clipped it to this layer with the character on it. Select a soft brush, and I want to make all my shadows this bluey gray. I just paint this into here. Now I've like flattened all of that area down, and basically lighten is the color that you select. So the color you select to paint in, anything that is darker than that will become that. So if I was to do it with like this orange, for example, let's go darker and paint that in here. I can just let's make it even darker just to highlight the point. So I'm only changing the color of the shadows right here because only the shadows are darker than it. You know, and I can do this. It's very helpful for like unifying a surface and for kind of getting rid of kind of details where you might have like painted stuff in the shadows, and you sort of reset the values quite a bit because you see that's kind of quite noisy, right? But with a lighten layer, I can just flatten that back again and regain the values that are kind of noodled with, and so on and so forth. Yeah. Levels as well. Levels is a very interesting one. Again, this graph represents the values in your image. So kind of like curves, you can, adjust the midtones, the highlights, the shadows. You can do that for each color, but you can also like pick a value and mess with that and so on. So it's quite a good one for readjusting. Lots of tools to readjust values and color in Photoshop, because that's photo editing. But yeah, as with all these things, just play around with them. Just open them up and muck around with them and see what they do. Might not be immediately obvious like why something's useful, but I've definitely just been on Photoshop and like be like, oh, I've never used that before. Like let's see what that is, and just mess around with it for a couple of hours. Yeah, just make a bit of a mess really, and then you'll come across things and you'll be like, oh, okay, I could use that. Like all of the stuff in the filter gallery in here, these are like default in every Photoshop. There's all these, but there's so many uses for things in here that you don't see people using that much, because it's kind of just ignored or people don't know about it. And like, yeah, in and of themselves, these things are kind of, some of them are quite lame for what they do, but you can always find like a way to get an interesting texture or, a certain effect that works quite nicely that you can't get another way. And it's just very sort of quick to do. You just got to be curious. It's like the quickest path to improving, is following curiosities and just asking questions like, what does that do? What could that be used for? And just opening up stuff on the program that you've never opened up before and just figure out what it is. Like, just be like, what is that filter? What is that? What is that layer mode? Like, what's it doing? For example, something I had a workmate, and the way that they colorize stuff is to use hard light as a layer. And in hard light's really interesting because it's like a mix of it's a mix of like multiply and like linear dodge, but all in the same layer. So if you paint a value below 50%, it's going to do shadow. There's so if I've got this value, it's over 50%, right? So it does lights, but then I'll put this under, and now it does shadows. And this is a layer that I'd never even really looked at previously, but they use it to basically put color down really quickly over a sketch, because, like I said, you can do everything in one layer over values. So this is over black and white. If I choose a value here, you see that is under this brightness, okay? If this is below 50%, it's going to paint, shadows. If it's above 50%, it's going to paint lights. And basically the it's linear dodge add, I believe, and multiply, but in one layer, and it's just dictated by value. Super quick way to colorize a value sketch in just one layer. And because it has that inherent because it has that inherent value range threshold, like you're a bit safer. You're not necessarily going to like make a mistake, basically. That's what I'm trying to say, because it's all dictated by the value. So not that I'm going to do this yellow. It kind of looks like banana peel. But you can see that'd be a very, very quick way to colorize something like this. And just like as a base layer, you wouldn't just leave it at that, but they use it to colorize their sketches, their black and white sketches, and they are insanely efficient at it. Yeah. So, but that's something I wouldn't mind like experimenting with a bit more. Is the hard light? Because again, I was like, what? I never use this layer, and it kind of does what I do with two layers. But it's one layer. Actually, I got him here. Yeah, cool. Well, be fun to work out the lighting on this a bit more tomorrow. So now I'm going to figure out a little bit more about this witch's kind of outfit. Is there a little bit more to it? Oh, sorry. Got the yawns, eh? Ah. It's very getting big Nazgul vibes. Yeah, I was literally just about to say it's getting pretty Nazgul up in here. Yep. Pretty Nazgul. I feel like if she's like the you know, she's a big deal up in the witch boss fighting game. She needs a little bit of bling. A neat signet ring. Yeah, you're right. Some kind of magic covenant ring that you would get after the battle as well. Some insane stats on it. She's got one of those like full finger claw rings. Powerful. Grants like plus 10% damage to undead enemies. Yeah, just something dumb OP where you're like, man, this is broken. You can only use it in like New Game Plus. But I don't know. I'll have a think about armor adornments and stuff while I'm away. And then we'll come back to it. But I think she should have something, you know? Yeah, yeah. It's the most insane drop, but you finish the game. I wanted to go for a run this evening, but it looks like it's going to rain. I'm sick of getting rained on. Sick of it, guys. Too Nazgul-y. Too Nazgul. I mean, that would make it pretty Nazgul. Oh yeah, that mud slush is no bueno. Absolutely no bueno. Kind of, yeah. I think gradients selectively can be quite nice on something like this. But yeah, I'll have a think about her jewelry and such. But where it currently is, something to think about. I think something like this as well does make her look like less what's the word? Less like Ashen. You know, she's not exactly like. Oh, you just put some ash on this stuff, but it's fine. Figure it out. I didn't come into it with any sort of design, so with sandbox in it here. I really like the ring. Do you want one like that? Go Camden, get yourself one. I have a snake ring like that. It's pretty sick. Damn. Kind of want to see it. Snake ring sounds pretty witchy if you ask me. I know a guy that's got one of those like full finger claw kind of rings. he had it custom made. I'd end up like scratching my tablet with it. I'll put it in the Discord. I have a bunch of witchy jewelry. Oh, sick. I'm down. I think witchy jewelry is cool. My wife makes me lots of necklaces that I like, but I keep breaking them. Yeah, when I say I break them, it's like not deliberately. I just like catch them on stuff and then they break. Another. Yeah, I've broken maybe 3 so far, and a bracelet. So she would go to charity shops and buy like old necklaces and take the beads from them and then make new jewelry from those beads. She does a lot of like upcycling and kind of craft projects. She's currently making something now that's going on in her next YouTube video, which is like a sort of, well, I won't spoil it, but it's like a big kind of jewelry piece. Oh yeah, look at that. That's cool. And we got a snake ring. Yeah, that's very witchy. I like that. I think we could do this one, like coiled up snake coming out. I think that would be pretty dope. It's very witchy, Maybe she could have like a snake snake headdress of some sort. You know what I mean? I've got some raven skull earrings that go with it perfectly too. It's like peak witch accessories. Damn, yeah. That sounds great. Raven skull, that's pretty metal. You gotta have witch accessories, of course. You know, I'm severely lacking in the witch accessories department. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that reminds me actually, snakes everywhere. Got got a picture. Got a picture to find you. Give me a sec. Yeah, but we could have snakes. I do like the idea of snakes. Ashen snakes. I'm just opening up a couple of files. Hang on. Come on, files. Nope, wrong one. What about this one? Yeah, here we go. Photoshop. Yeah. So this is like something I was painting, like really limited value range, but it's like kind of milky with snakes and skulls and this lady kind of in the all up in the milk. So it could be a little bit like this in that the snakes are sort of coming in and out of the ash, or they're kind of snakes all up in the milk. Yeah. God damn it, there's snakes in the milk. We got snakes in the milk. But maybe something. there's just little snakes coming out. Little snakes everywhere. Could get a bit snaky, couldn't it? Yeah. Well, I want to try and like weave all of these things together potentially into some sort of just smaller like a sort of a personal project. I just have only just made these images kind of independent of each other, but I'm like, maybe I could try and sort of make them all part of a same kind of personal project, and put something together like that. It wouldn't be anything at this stage other than just like a collection of images that go together, but it's the start. It's the start. So on, bit of snake stuff going on. Not adverse to that. Not adverse to that. But yeah, I was thinking like essentially tying them all together in some kind of personal project where it's, it's pretending to be world building for like, let's just call it Witch Souls, right? Like a Dark Souls style game, but all about, the story would be all about witches, and maybe the player character themselves, instead of being knights and that kind of a thing, they're all sort of witch adjacent kind of tropes, so you could be like a witch doctor or a sorceress or a shaman or stuff like that is a bit more on the sort of witch adjacent sort of angle, and just sort of build up a little world like that and tell stories through environment pieces, maybe the odd sort of like character design and stuff, but just sort of a bit of a journey through a world like that. I've never embarked on anything like as large as that, but I do kind of like the idea of doing something like that. But yeah, this would be like a much later level. Do you know what I mean? A much more end game area. Like the swamp place would be kind of a lot earlier on, and the witches would get sort of more and more powerful and up into the realm of sort of like demigods and gods kind of territory. But in the beginning, it'd just be like the witch of the swamp. She just is powerful when you're low level, and in some way they're all tied together. Like the whole kingdom is kind of ruled by witches instead of like kings and knights and all of that. It's it'll be witches. I don't know. We'll see. See what happens there. But yeah, I don't mind having some snakes in here. It gives a nice little bit of a different flow to the piece. Because like the ash stuff is kind of quite sort of a particular shape language, and then the snakes bring in some curvature. So yeah, I like it, Danny. I like it. So still loads to do on this one, obviously. But yeah, we got nicely into it. I do want to sort of figure out what the big lighting looks like overall, and that should help sort of refocus the attention for the piece and make it feel a little bit more somber and quiet. And then yeah, definitely into adding some snakes. I do want a little bit of adornment on this witch, but I think that need to be careful that she maybe doesn't look like without this, she looks kind of quite dormant and sort of part of the environment, and I quite like that about it, because it's meant to be, in my eyes, it's like she is like this. She is dormant, right? She's not meant to be looking like she's just sat there, just like waiting, just waiting for people to turn up. She's dormant, and so on. And maybe the gold makes it a bit too like she's sat there. But if it was more sort of silver, and maybe we get an idea of it being a bit more like Ashen. There's like ash sitting on top of it. You know what I mean? It just needs to feel like a little bit more integrated. It could definitely work though. But I do like the snake idea. That's really cool. And yeah, seeing this in silver kind of already works a little bit better. I want it to be quite monotone. Like it should really feel like this whole place is just a kind of surreal place that is just covered in ash, and like that ash is deep. It could be like a few kilometers deep, and this is just the current surface of it, but it's really like, anyway, we'll get back to it on Thursday, so I'll have a good think about it. So yeah, that takes us up to the end of today. Thanks very much, everyone, for tuning in. It's been another really fun time. Time absolutely flew today. It's gone so quick. Which means we're having fun, I guess. So yeah, please, pictures in the Discord for Friday. If you would like a paint over, make sure they go in here for Friday. And then I'll be back on Thursday. Future Glenn, thanks for the sub. Much appreciated. That's very kind of you. You're part of a very, very exclusive and small club right now. But thank you. Love what you're doing. Super inspiring. Thanks, mate. Hey, and seeing as you're new here, if you'd want to watch any of the other streams, they are all on YouTube. This is episode 24. So there's 24 episodes to listen to, listen back to. Lots of tutorials, tips and techniques and stuff. So check out the YouTube link on the page here, and that will take you to that playlist. All right. Have a brilliant one, everyone. Any questions? Just hit me up in the Discord, and yeah, I'll happily answer them. But otherwise, I'll catch y'all later.